Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique. the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood. I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day. It is a joy and a pleasure to be with you. I am Dr. Eliza Carter.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. It explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Greetings, good day. I am your anchor for this morning. I am Dr. Eliza Carter on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, and Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. And we are glad to be with you this morning. We're excited for the new guests that we have coming forth because the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its businesses, the knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am your next speaker. I am Dr. Eliza Carter, and I'm excited to be with you because the Black Business Network is a platform that allows us to come on and speak and share our expertise and also allow you to connect with companies worldwide and the Black diaspora and allowing you to understand who we are and why we're here as a community to support you. I want to thank Dr. Kelly today for this opportunity to share with you who I am. Again, I am Dr. Eliza Carter, and I want to share with you a little bit about why I started the breathing experience lifestyle. Is because I ran into a spot in my life where I was highly stressed. And women in leadership, we have a lot of responsibility. Men in leadership, we have a lot of responsibility. And a lot of times we forget to properly take care of our breath because we're so used to breathing. We're so used to the autonomic nervous system just working for us. We forget sometimes that our breath is shallow. Well, my personal story is I had gone to the doctor because I was having some breathing problems. And I was going into a state of, and I have to say this in the most kindest way, menopause. Because women have menopause and men have menopause, right? And at this point, I was having a terrible time sleeping. So I knew something was off with my regular rhythm of life. I knew I had actually transferred over into a new level of an age bracket. And so with that, I knew I needed to do some things different about the stress on the job, raising a teenager, having custody of a family member, and just simply learning how to navigate life on a different level. Well, I show up in the doctor's office, which about 90% of doctor office visits are because of stress. And the doctor takes my blood pressure. And in my mind, I have the white coat syndrome. Every time I go to the doctors, I'm nervous. So my pressure is naturally high. But this particular day, my pressure was extremely high. And I could feel the lightheadedness. I could feel just like I was just kind of floating around, just not really feeling myself. So the doctor says, I think it's time for you to really take some medication. And, you know, a lot of people of color are anti-medication, but sometimes we have to take some medication until we find the natural remedies. And that's what I was exactly willing to do. And so I started taking the medication, but the unfortunate thing is there was a side effect where it was impacting one of my organs. I could feel pain about a few moments after I would take this medication. So, you know, I called the doctor within 2 days and stated, you know, what my issues were and my concerns were. And he says, well, Eliza, you have the lowest dosage of this medication. And I says, well, just because it's the lowest dosage doesn't mean that it actually works for me. You know, I'm a person that not ever been on medication. So other than maybe some pain medication for a toothache or something like that, something really simple. But in the midst of me understanding that I need to really take charge of my health and well-being, I began to do a lot of research. And in my research, what came up? To lower blood pressure. What could help me to de-stress and decompress and really tap into a new level of my consciousness and what I was eating, the stresses I was taking on and not releasing them, and the stressful situations I found myself in, trying to do too much in a day, you know, not properly taking the amount of sleep I should have. And I began to look at my whole day and my evening. And when I began to examine this, I realized that I was not getting enough sleep. I was not properly hydrated. And you may see me pull my cup up and take a few sips of my hot water this morning because I'm really big about hydration. But also I found that I wasn't getting enough exercise. I wasn't walking like I used to walk. So a lot of things were off. I was so busy in work mode, home mode, I forgot how to treat myself. And you may find that about yourself even right now in your life. You're sedentary. You're sitting too long. You don't really have a daily plan that allows you, again, to release a lot of the tension and the frustration that we call normal. See, stress has two components. Part of it is stress that pushes us to do more, to accomplish more. And it's just part of life, right? But the other component is when it starts depleting you in areas where you had vitality and vibrancy, and you know that you're feeling like you're dreading certain things, you're dragging in certain areas, you're just doing stuff out of habit because you've not put yourself first. You have not put a plan in place. Perhaps you're not working with a coach who has the tools and the techniques that you specifically need to be able to process through the day, enjoying your journey of life, and not just going about life because these are the norms you created. I believe, specifically for women leaders, is that because we multitask way too much, we get up in the morning. Some of us may be spiritual and we pray. We may do some exercise, or we may not do some exercise. And then when we find ourselves in the middle part of the day, we plummet. We're tired. We are overwhelmed, or we simply need to take a moment to recalibrate, to reset. And as I always say, push that refresh button for yourself and upgrade your emotions and your capacity to go into the next meeting feeling ready, feeling at ease, feeling peaceful. Well, when I discovered the dynamic powerfulness of breath work, it became therapeutic for me. Because most of the times when I find that I was stressed, I could take a deep breath and learn different rhythms, but it becoming a lifestyle was the game changer for me and my clients and the organizations I work with. Because a lot of us want to get out of that moment of stress, and we forget that we can get out of the moment of stress. But one thing about breath work is that it has the capacity, it has the ability to expand your consciousness into a place where your triggers begin to lessen. the things that made you stress or caused the anxiety within you, it begins to disappear. Why? Because when you get up and you use a breathing rhythm, guess what it does? It lowers the blood pressure immediately. It helps with the nervous system. And we have 5 different nervous systems. And so with the central nervous system, that is connected to the brain and the spinal column. Our spinal column is literally our antenna. When we get stressed, it shoots out these signals. The neurons go, and they're like, oh my gosh, you're stressed. Oh my gosh, you're in fight and flight. When you hit that state constantly over and over and over again throughout the day, guess what happens? The pressure is up. Your body's scrambling around to be at its highest level. But when you come down, that's when you lose your energy. That's when you can feel a state of depression. That's when your anxiety is highest, because now your body has come back to its regular state, but it's depleted because your heart was racing. And when it settles down, it gets tired, because we forget that the heart is a muscle. We've been told that the heart pumps, but the heart circulates the blood that carries to all areas of our body, right? And the lungs is the pump. So when you're doing the breath work, you're pumping up the lungs. You know what I mean? You have the ability to now stretch the diaphragm. But there's rhythms that help you to grow in that area that I teach. There are rhythms like the nose finger breath, like the mouth breathing. There's different ways you use them, but there's different reasons why you use them. And a lot of us that I've talked to over the years, you'll go on YouTube and just follow somebody doing a rhythm and don't know what your blood pressure level is, don't understand if you're using it right or wrong, because you're following somebody who does not know what your health concerns are or what your health conditions are. They don't even know what your personality type is like in stress mode. And so, as much as I love YouTube, we cannot go on YouTube and let it be our teacher for everything, especially when it comes to our health. If you know you're in chronic disease mode, you should be having a coach. You should be going to get some professional help, whether it is a holistic doctor, which I highly, highly, highly recommend, or the doctor that helps to monitor you. Or for me, I don't have it with me right now, but it's by my bedside. I still every day check my blood pressure. Not every day. I still check my blood pressure at least 2 or 3 times a month. And if I feel like something is really out of sorts, guess what I do? I take a little break. It could be just another 30-minute break that I just take and go outside. Even though the weather is cold, we need the fresh air. In order to really shift out of your stressful mode, your high anxiety, whether it's PTSD, it could be panic attacks. It could just simply be you're feeling antsy. And then this time, as we crossed over into 2025, we're all feeling some levels of pressure, especially if you're watching the news, if you're looking at the state of America and the other countries with all the wars that are going on. If you're watching day by day the different current events, just like the other day, it was Thursday night. No, it was actually Friday night. My friend had sent me a video, and it was a video of a plane crash that happened in Philadelphia. And so I'm looking at the video, and I'm like, why did she send me this? No comments, no nothing. She said, Eliza, what happened? Nothing, no kind of correspondence about it. Just send me the video. I open it up, and the plane crash is exactly across the street from where my husband has a contract at. And I'm in the market when I'm looking at it. And so right then and there, of course, fear, hopelessness, helplessness showed up for me in that moment. And I took a few moments. I began to do some breath work because I know when pressure shows up, I have the right and the tools and techniques to shift how I receive this pressure, how much I allow this pressure to go within me and take control of my emotions and take me into fight and flight, and then take me to a deeper level in the rabbit hole that makes me feel like I have no self-control. So in that moment, I begin to say, okay, let me call him. Well, you know what happened? I called him and he did not answer. So here comes the stress again. And I'm like, okay, I began to pray and I began to speak words of life into myself. Okay, Eliza, this is tough right now. And I'm literally having this conversation out. I don't care who's around because I got to get through this moment. And I know how to get through it and what I know to do. But it still didn't change the fact that I was feeling all of those emotions. And what I decided to do in that second was to say, okay, if something has really happened, you can't change it in this moment. But what you can change is how low will I go? How will I trust the Almighty that I believe in? How will I sustain myself in this moment to say, okay, give him some time to call you back or call him again? So I called him again. Exhale. He did not answer again. So at that moment, I says, okay, Most High, Magnificent One, I know you live, move, and breathe in me. I have no control over this moment, but I have control over my emotions. So I'm in the market with someone that I know, and I'd taken someone to the market to go shopping, and I didn't want her to see my emotions because I didn't want any negative or any things spoken to me that would make me have to handle something else. You know, she could have said, oh, I hope that didn't happen. I didn't want to hear nothing from nobody. I just wanted to stay in my spot and process through what I was experiencing. And I'm telling you all this because over the years of using breath work as a therapeutic lifestyle, I'm able now to use it as a gift to myself, as a helper, not just when I'm in a stressful mode, but just to simply feel good and to keep my pressure at the right level it should be and my organs operating in harmony. So about 20 minutes later, my husband calls me, says, honey, what's going on? And I'm like, there was a praying class on Cotman Avenue. And he was like, oh, I left there hours ago. Well, I knew when I heard his voice, I'm like, it is so good to hear your voice. You know, I knew then, you know what I mean, that he was alive, and I was most grateful. And I said to him, I said, well, you know, I'll talk to you when I get home. And so we are living in a mental state of emergency, but we don't have to live like we're in it. Because when you have practices in place, when you have habits you've created, where you take breaks throughout the day just to recalibrate, reset, refresh, renew your mind, there are certain stressful things that people say, things that you hear, things that you know are going on, does not overtake your mind and your body. Because we all have situations that we're constantly working through. We could have situations over here where it's just a breeze to get through because you've made up in your mind not to allow that to impact you the way it has in the past. But also you could have developed some blockers, right? Or what we call on the other side could be some healthy boundaries. But if you have blockers in place, guess what happens? Or you keep taking in the pressure, and guess what? The pressure has to go somewhere. And guess where it goes? It goes inside the organs. And when the organs do not have the proper amount of oxygen, they are starving. And when they are starving, they're pulling from other organs. And whichever organ is the weakest, that is the organ that breaks down the fastest. So that's why heart disease is so prevalent amongst us in the colored community. As I've been saying lately, the Negro community, the Black community, the melanated community, however you address yourself, African American. The bottom line is we're people. We all bleed the same. We all have emotions. We all have stress. We all have some level of anxiety. But we all don't have the practices in place that create the lifestyle of carrying higher levels of peacefulness, of feeling calm in chaotic situations, of not allowing yourself to be pulled over into a deeper level of stress and pressure because you understand specifically that if you don't do something different in 2025 to manage your stress, the depressive times that you experience, those times when you feel so overwhelmed, or those times when you know your pressure is high and you know that medication is not your cure-all. You know you doing something new this year. It could be an extra 10-minute walk or a new 10-minute walk. It could be in your house while you're watching TV, just standing up, patting your feet. You know what I mean? But getting some movement in the body allows the body to get some more movement in the mind. Because when you change your habits, the brain matter in your brain, it begins to shift and notice something new is coming through the portal. And when it's coming through the portal, guess what? Harmony begins to come in your organs. Because we don't understand how powerful our words are. Our words carry energy. They are a force within us. Our cells hear every positive and negative thing we say to ourselves every single day. And this is why I tell a lot of people now that affirmations don't work if you have a bunch of blockers. You're trying to put something sweet on something sour. If you have blockers in your heart, and your pancreas, in your liver, in your spine, in your mind, you have to release the blockers first. And that's a process in itself that I teach. But once that's released, you're open to receive. Because when you are closed, guess what? Nothing can get in. It's like the same when we have certain belief systems. Nothing can get past that belief system if you don't explore something new. When we have blockers, it's the gatekeeper. Nothing can get past it, right? Nothing can get around it. You literally can't get above it. You can't get below it, and you can't go around it. Why? Because the blockers are there to stop progress. You think they're protecting you when you constantly get an attitude about something. It's depleting you. So if you're ready to understand the life force of breath work as a therapeutic, a self-therapeutic tool, this is what I have here that I have written that I look at every day. It says self-therapeutic, the intentional daily efforts of nurturing one's emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual well-being through holistic and conscious methods that promote your potentiality to harmonize with yourself by knowing that healing is your right and operating like you already know that. That brings the growth, mindset, the actions, and the results. Or it brings the other side where you're stuck and you're not penetrating those different areas of your life where you're looking for change. You want to be the change. You want to experience the changes, but you haven't done the inner work to get rid of the blockers, to break down that infrastructure that you use against yourself instead of for yourself. So it involves engaging in more restorative activities like breath work, meditation, journaling. You know, journaling is so powerful, and I journal every single day. Let me tell you why. It's because when you begin to journal, guess what you do? You're releasing. You're also connecting within. This is what I believe. This is what I trust. This is who I am. This is what I enjoy. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm releasing. This is what I'm allowing. This is what I'm accepting. This is what I'm not accepting. This is what I'm not allowing. There's systematic ways to do that. And they're enjoyable too. Also, as you're journaling, you get into a place where you're doing some consistent movement, because little is much. Because when you start off little, you can build. If you start off with too much movement, you're in pain. And then you start reasoning yourself out of position why you should continue. Whether it's going to the gym, taking that 5-minute, 10-minute walk, whether it's standing there, patting your feet till you start getting to a place where you are moving constantly. If you're a person that sits at a desk constantly, every 15 to 20 minutes, you should be standing up, sitting down, standing up, sitting down. You should be doing something that creates and shifts the atmosphere around you, that brings about the change and brings about a new wave of energy. Because everything is energy, right? So as you're doing the movement, it begins to release the heavy pressures, to process your emotions and connect deeply in your inner self, where the almighty, magnificent one is, the presence. And now you're tapped into a self-therapeutic mindset. And it's causing you to be more healthier and happier. And guess what? That antennas of your energy begins to send out to other people in your atmosphere, and your family, and your close-knit family and friends. And the changes begin to happen because you're now cultivating your inner peace. You're confident in doing the new habit, and you want to continue on because now you have support of the community. Like Enrich Her Moves. That's my book. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. And you've made a decision to get a buddy to come along in your journey. And then you now have the right affirmations that help to nourish and nurture and uplift you and help you to start making those little shifts that have a huge impact in how you do life on a daily basis. And then you're getting higher thoughts, higher truths in your pathway of understanding that you deserve to live a quality of life that you enjoy, that you know how to enrich yourself on a daily basis. And you do it not just because you're in stress mode, because it simply feels good. It simply helps you to do what I call intellectual reflection. We do a lot about visualization, but when you reflect upon what you have experienced, if you reflect upon how you were able to process through the day before, the moment before, that gives you new strength. That gives you courage to do it over and over again, because you know now you're elevating and how you are experiencing your life on a daily basis. Because what good is it to keep reaching for these goals and these goals and these goals, but you're not enjoying the process? Because it's like, if I don't reach that goal, then this, that, and the other. Guess what's going on in that process? You got blockers. You got to be able to release the blockers, because the blockers are there in place because you've not understood that they're self-sabotaging. They're delays. They cause stress, and they cause more discomfort than anything else. Because think about this, when you're driving and you hit traffic and you feel like, oh my gosh, all of these big trucks and everything is just blocking me. Your mind goes right into the stress mode mindset that I'm blocked. And that's a simple analogy of being blocked in the physical, right? Because you know you can't go no further than the traffic allows you. You can make a decision, am I going to get off at the next exit, or when is the next exit? And if the next exit is coming up, is it a mile away? So you start going into stress mode. And what would happen in that moment that could change your situation and your emotions? First thing to do is accept that you're just in traffic and ain't nothing you can do about it right now. And if you drive on the sidewalk, you might get caught by the cops and pulled over for trying to get out of the traffic, right? And then you're at a space also. Am I going to rest in a moment because I'm accepting that I'm in traffic and just find something else to do? And I don't suggest you pick up your phone. I suggest you, if you pick up your phone, put on something encouraging. Do some breath work. Think about something that you can reflect upon that you accomplished or something you could have done differently. But get out of the stress mindset that you cannot do anything else but feel stressed. It takes time to shift your mindset. So that requires patience, right? That requires diligence, consistency. Because remember, little is much. It's a compound effect. The more you do, it builds upon the ladder of your ability to do better in that area and to be pleased with yourself. Because I know a lot of us have been traumatized. I've worked with the youth over the years, and just to make a switch right now, our youth in college, some of them have an aptitude where they can just study and accomplish so much. And then you have the other group of you that you're struggling in the area. And you need community. You need a buddy. You need to let some of the things that are distractors completely go. But how do you let those things that you allow to distract you go? You should be journaling, writing down. I am going to eliminate this today. Just start with one day. I'm going to eliminate answering such and such phone calls who take up a half an hour of my time when I should be studying. I'm going to eliminate getting on that reality show and watching it and know it takes me 3 hours and I say I'm not going to watch but one show, and now I'm stuck in 4 shows and I'm not studying. And you can equate this in any area of your life, because now it's time to go to bed and I'm drained. And when I wake up, I'm still drained because I didn't nurture, cultivate myself, or do anything to prepare myself to go to sleep. And when I wake up, I still don't have a practice in place that illuminates my good energy, that prepares my mind for whatever's showing up. I got some practices in place to process through it. We have a lot of work to do on ourselves, but it's got to come because you're willing to take the next step of change. You're willing to come into a program like Enrich Her Moves. That is specifically for women in leadership. And this program specifically, hold that, because you always have some books nearby.
What if you could build your own city?
Okay, so this is my book, Enrich Her Moves, right? This book right here is a 21-day book of breath meditation. And what is breath meditation? It's simply using your breath with your meditations to be able to bring in new thoughts and feelings so that you can start eliminating some of the old emotions, some of the triggers. And in 28 days is so powerful because if you go back and reflect upon the book in the next 28 days afterwards, guess what? You have really begun to build a foundation of how to nurture and uplift yourself and open up your consciousness to allow you to grow in your understanding of how to reflect, how to release and let go, and how to create your daily lifestyle in a way that you're no longer taking on and taking on and taking on and never simply releasing the pressure in the mind and in your body. You have to release the pressure in your mind and your body in order to experience more productivity in your life, to accomplish things with a greater ease, to be willing to do the hard things, because now you've opened up your mind that I can do anything I want to do when I set my mind in motion. When I write the vision, make it plain. And when I write it, I read it until I get it all in here, that I become in harmony with it. I'm now liking what I'm doing. I'm no longer dreading what I've done. I'm letting go some of the things I know in the past I cannot change. You cannot change your past. None of us can. Because if we could, we'd have this big eraser, right? Erasing those things that hurt us, that tormented us, that literally destroyed us or felt like it was going to kill us. And some of us have experienced so many death situations, but we're still here. You are still here. Because as long as you have life inside of you, you have opportunity. And when you have opportunity, you get to create opportunities when you take opportunities. See how it expands? When you have practices in place, it opens you up to do more, and then sometimes to do less, but to be more strategic in how you treat your thoughts, how you allow your feelings to even treat you. Because now when you realize you have some control over certain things, you put those key components in place, like breath therapy. It's therapeutic. It's something you can do with yourself, for yourself, and by yourself. And when you come in a community and you see that we all are experiencing some of the same things, and you're having some of the results and breakthroughs, you're letting stuff go that you've held on for years. Forgiving yourself as you forgive others, it simply frees you. It simply frees you. It simply opens you to new experiences. And breathwork is all about new experiences that you get to create for yourself every time you come away from the outside forces and go into the life force, where your power, where your strength, where your help, where your new ideas and your creativity burst open. Because you took that time to understand your own thoughts and to put new thoughts in. Because when you put new thoughts in, guess what? It expands your view of life. And when your view of life is expanded, you can go anywhere and do anything you want and accomplish anything you desire when you have the right community that nurtures you, supports you. Because sometimes it's not always our family. We may have one or two people in our family that are just super with us. And sometimes you may not have nobody. Because I do find some people don't have anyone. But when you come into my community, enrich your moves, because there's men and women in my community. Now you've gotten into a space and a place where you've got some self-accountability and you've got some support accountability. And it's not strenuous. It's literally saying we're going down the same path. We're learning how to empower ourselves into a higher level of peacefulness and self-harmony to live the best life, fulfilled and enjoying the rewards of life, and letting go of the past and being present, where you are now saying, wow, look at my life. It has changed. Look at me. I'm no longer dreading the situation. I'm no longer in fear. I'm no longer tired every day because I know how to take my energy up high. And breath work, the self-therapeutic tool, has become my BFF, my best friend for life. Because I decided to do something new, to try something different, so I could get a different result in this one area. And then it morphs over into this area, and it morphs over into that area. And when I show up at the workplace, when I show up in my business, my creativity juices are just flowing because I've unblocked my chakras. I've unblocked those areas of my life where I've been holding myself back, knowingly and unknowingly. So I know I've got to go. I'm Dr. Eliza Carter. Meet me at thebreathingexperience.com. Let's connect. I specialize in retreats. We're doing a retreat coming up in August at Sandy Cove in Maryland. Stay connected. Go to my website, put your email address in, and let's get started. Because 2025 is a year of the 9. It's transformational. And it's time to end the old things and start the new things you need. Thank you for being on the Black Business Network with me. I am Dr. Eliza Carter. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I'm so glad.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know. A lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Lynx Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think and then say and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, "You're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas, and you will figure it out." And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract. I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastel, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, "You got an art scholarship. You ought to know how to paint." And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, never raised to say to people, "I can't help you. I'm not going to help you. You got something, so go do what you do." And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, "I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint," kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, "You're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out." I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, "Oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces." I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousins saying, "When you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history." And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, And my mom's always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4 o'clock when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces, and that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romare Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. You know, and they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to Black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about Black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many Black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the Black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a Black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a Black man artist, even though I'm a Black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being Black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum after we went to look at museums to see what they were about. You have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for Black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the Black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California and going to all these different places and watching people. I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com blackbusinessusa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand. Welcome to Follow the Brand, where we turn leaders into legends. I'm Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. Today, we're not just talking about executive presence, we're going to transform yours. Executive presence isn't about power, it's about trust. And here's the good news. You can build it at any level. Let's dive into how you can command any room you enter. Dr. Kimberly Long, CEO of California Nurse Leaders, shared a profound insight. The moment you try to prove your power is the moment you lose it. Executive presence is about building trust and authority without force. It's about creating an environment where people lean in to listen. You can achieve this by being authentic and consistent in your communication and actions. Consider Dr. Long during a hospital merger. She lowered her voice instead of raising it, and the room leaned in. Similarly, Sarah Chen, a project manager, used this technique in meetings. Within 3 months, her team began to emulate her style. Denzel Ross, now president of IU Health South Central, built his presence by identifying communication gaps and lifting others up. These examples show how presence spreads through subtle yet powerful actions. Your action step. In your next 3 meetings, try speaking 10% slower and 20% quieter. Watch what happens. For team leads, start delegating key responsibilities. Managers should use meetings as learning labs. Directors build cross-functional bridges. The key shift? Stop being the answer person. Start being the question person. This approach fosters growth and empowers others. Patrick Green, CEO of UF Health Jacksonville, uses a communication matrix to simplify complex ideas. His 3-step formula: start with impact, follow with insight, end with action. For example, instead of saying, "We need to upgrade our systems," he says, "We can save 50 lives this year by investing in this technology. Here's how." This clarity builds influence and trust. 3 common mistakes: reactivity, over-explaining, and imposter syndrome. When challenged, take a slow sip of water to respond thoughtfully. Instead of defending every detail, offer a headline first. Dr. Long still gets nervous before board meetings but prepares thoroughly. Remember, nervousness is energy. Executive presence isn't a destination, it's a practice. Start where you are, use what you have, and build from there.
When you deliver on your promise and you have the result you were looking for, and everybody in the room is like, wow, this is what we're talking about.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I am passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong belief in the power of community, I don't just lead a company, I lead a movement into the future of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be your guide on this remarkable journey. I am David Jones, and together, we will embrace a future marked by success, collaboration, and the transformative work we do at the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping everyone live life optimally. So, let's make that pivot together and start living life optimally today.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Over the past few years.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone, doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pound.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hi, I am Dr. Eliza Carter, CEO of the Breathing Experience Lifestyle. I am your anchor for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I present to you today Mr. Troy Richardson, Force member. He was mentored by top military leaders, shaping his strategic approach to leadership and development. As the founder of RCG Richardson Consulting Group, LLC, he has generated over $400 million in revenue. His work in the RCG media has led to collaborations with industry icons like Dr. Dre. Troy has a global health advocate, a community leader serving on multiple networks, working with the veterans and the homeless in our communities. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Richardson. Genius is common. How are you today? Good day to you, Mr. Richardson. How are you today?
I am so good beyond comprehension. I feel so good to be here with you, and thank you for that warm introduction. Much appreciated. Just thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for being here as well. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, you shall. Yes, you shall. Well, welcome to the Black Business Olympics audience, worldwide audience. My name is Troy Richardson, 2024 Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award recipient and managing partner for Black Ventures Partnership, BVP. And I am honored and blessed, privileged beyond reason today to introduce this gentleman you see, a friend, a new client, the CEO and founder of Rima Motors, the nation's first African-American Black-owned electric car manufacturer. Mr. Raymond Cooper will be jumping right back on with us, and we will be speaking with him candidly about his car company, the cars. I don't even know if I should be calling them cars because these vehicles look phenomenal and are some of the best developed and designed vehicles you will ever see. So without further ado, let's get right into this. Raymond Cooper, newest client, Black Ventures Partnership, Rima Motors. Welcome to you, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me, Mr. Richardson. I truly appreciate it, sir. Thank you so much.
Man, let me tell you, you know I'm super excited, but let's let the audience know a little bit about Raymond Cooper. Let's start with the personal side, right? The family side, you know, just let them get to know you a little bit, and then we'll tap into the business side and Rima Motors.
Okay, I guess I'll do a quick where it started, so to speak. You know, as a kid, I was always the tinkerer. You know, I love to take my toys apart. So much so that it earned me the nickname Destructo by my aunt. But but I did put them back together. So I had a knack and a love for, you know, mechanical engineering and all aspects of just understanding how things work. So through the years that evolved into building radio controlled cars and things of that nature. And even to this day, married, 2 kids, a daughter in Morgan State, son in high school. And right now, my wife and I are just really pleased with what our family's doing, and they're excited about what's coming with Rima Motors.
That's special, man. I love that. And you're not too far from me here in the DMV. For you guys don't know, that's the DC, Maryland, Virginia metro area. And this is where it's all going to happen from. 2025 is going to be a spectacular year, and Raymond Cooper is going to be a big part of that with the release of Rima Motors. So let's talk about these spectacular vehicles. You know, where did this come from? And start from the beginning to the end. And we need to talk about your spectacular team that you have assembled, which is one of the best collaboration of talent and gifted individuals I've seen in a company. So please, let's learn about Rima Motors.
Sure. So in all honesty, I'm a Christian. So, you know, the term Rima is in various ways interpreted as word of God or utterance of God. And essentially, over the years, as I told you, I had my love for radio controlled cars, building them, racing them, and understanding how the electric radio controlled cars were essentially the same as a big electric car. So at some point in there, I delved into, well, before that, I worked on wind turbines, so designing wind turbines. But I had to pivot from that because I made it all the way through a business pitch competition, made it to the finals, first time out. So that was a blessing, but didn't have the team for that at the time. So I made the pivot because over a period of time, I had gained a lot more interest from a lot of outsiders within the clean energy sector. So that then ran into electric vehicles, bringing me to the point where I started to convert gas cars to electric vehicles with friends, earning me a spot on the board of National Electric Drag Racing Association. And Rima Motors, as I mentioned, that was an utterance from God that came to me. So it fit perfect. With that being said, you know, I honed my network of friends and all of the things that I learned from tinkering and working on and helping to turn gas vehicles into electric vehicles. I utilize all those talents and those skills and that network of people to create Rima Motors. And from there, Rima Motors, I would say that really turned into something bigger than what I was expecting. Because over the years of my time on LinkedIn, I started to comment on various articles and comment on various posts, and that started to pull the interest of a lot of big name individuals. And so that transitions into my team. I would say so let me give you the layout of my team. So there's myself, founder, CEO. There's my battery architect. There's a gentleman by the name of Porter Harris. Porter Harris, his background, he developed batteries for the SpaceX satellites and rockets. He also did the battery for the company Faraday Future. He had that technology patented, so he took it with him when Faraday Future went away. But he's done so many amazing things. So he's my battery architect. Then I have Suhas Malgan. Suhas has been working with Toyota Research Group for years. He also is a mechanical engineer who has developed he worked for this oceanic company, but he developed a new mechanism and device for some robotic ocean vehicle. And then there's Charlie Greenhouse, who was actually one of my early partners. He has a company called Entropy Racing out of Pennsylvania. And he was the one that I came to years ago and said, hey, can I convert one of your gas cars to electric? And he said, sure, why not? That was an airframe chassis. We utilized old dual core AC induction motors. And from there, we had a basis, and that we utilized a lot of our information that we gathered from the racing, from that vehicle racing. I brought the cars to the Washington, D.C. Auto Show. Washington, D.C. Auto Show thought it was great. So without rambling on and on, because I can go for days about all of the stuff that we've done, but my team, we have Porter Harris, he's my battery architect. We have Charlie Greenhouse, he's vehicle dynamics. We have Suhas Malgun, he works with the ADAS system that allows us to integrate a lot of the software for the safety and all the other components for the vehicles, the sensors and all.
I mean, thank you for all that information, man. Again, it's an incredible team in position to do some special things coming up in the future. So let's talk about the future, which again, we are just blessed to be partnered with you. And let's talk about the upcoming opportunities for those who might want to invest in the nation's first African-American owned electric car company.
Sure. So there is an opportunity to invest, as Mr. Richardson explained a lot. I will be working with he and his team to allow the opportunity to invest, to build our first production model vehicle. We'll work with building a functional prototype initially. We have a phased approach, and this vehicle will actually be competitive in the market. A lot of things right now in the electric vehicle industry seem a little dim, but trust me, they're not. It's just still a little shuffling around that needs to be done. The electric vehicle industry is still at its infancy. So with that said, the opportunity is there. We're going to grow. We're going to start off with our initial prototype vehicle, then go into production within about a 3 to 4 year time frame. We should go from concept to production. We have unique manufacturing approaches that help us to bring costs down. There are also many key ways that we're utilizing our resources and our industry. Our industry suppliers to be able to mitigate any supply chain issues. So we have a nice plan going forward, and the first production model vehicle is going to be it's not going to be what you would think a production model vehicle would be. I'll put it like that.
Well, I echo those sentiments because the designs, the initial designs, which could change, I don't think they should, but anyway, those 5 models are bananas. I mean, wow. I cannot wait till the public sees them. But you guys, if you want to learn more, okay, reach out to me at troy@rcghome.net. Okay, reach out to me if you want to learn more about what's going on with Rima Motors, because we are making moves rather fast. These next 2 weeks are going to be very pivotal. I'm not going to drop no names, but they're in the Hall of Fame. And I believe when they see what we have here, they're going to jump at the opportunity. So Rima Motors, let's talk about those 5 vehicles. And I know you have the names and everything, and just let's start with the SUV. Can you do that? Can you start with the SUV?
Sure. So that is, I almost told technically you're supposed to provide code names first before you have to provide the production model name. I almost gave the production model name. But essentially, it's going to be an SUV, mid-size SUV in the lines of a Ford Explorer, Chevy Traverse. Well, Chevy Traverse is slightly bigger than Explorer, but it's going to be on the lines of a Ford Explorer. But it's going to have a price competitive point with Chevy, GM, Chevy, Ford, and the rest. But the SUV is amazing. It's going to be, we're looking at a market price, a sticker price of $40,000 pre-EV tax credit. And that should, because I would say a lot of people don't realize and understand that $42,000 is roughly the kind of industry standard for a brand new vehicle. But with that EV tax credit, we're essentially putting this futuristic, well-designed, well-performing, and I mean well-performing electric SUV in you guys' hands. Once you see it on the market, you're going to want it. I guarantee it.
I cannot wait. I could see Dr. Eric Kelly III in that SUV, bro. He'll be down in North Carolina turning heads. Heads. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful just vehicle, man. Okay, so that's the SUV, and you got 4 other models that are so just sleek and elegant and classy, and like you said, futuristic. Remember, no production names. Okay, let's go.
So let's go with the sedan then. We like to call the sedan Allure, just because of the allure of its actual design. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about sleek, aerodynamic, fuel efficient. Well, technically fuel efficient from a battery perspective. Again, all of these vehicles will be fully battery operated, BEV, battery electric vehicles. So, but this vehicle almost looks like a spaceship. And so here's what we really want to do with all of our vehicles, let alone Allure or our other vehicles, our SUV or more. We want to be able to we know how to put the performance in an EV driveline. We've done it. We have electric race cars. We understand the dynamics of it. We understand the battery aspect of it, to the motor, everything through the entire driveline. We get it. We understand that. And we understand how to make it at a cost-effective, the driveline at a cost-effective price point, so that and the battery itself as well, so that it makes the vehicle that much cheaper to be competitive in the market. But the design, the physical designs, you would look at you've seen Allure. So looking at Allure, you would think that would be roughly like $100,000 to $200,000 vehicles. And that's exactly what we want the average everyday American to feel like they're driving. $100,000 vehicle. It's going to have the performance. It's going to have the looks of $100,000 vehicle, but it's not going to hurt your pockets. It's going to be at or below the average cost of a new vehicle in the U.S. today. So our goal is to make them look like they're worth far more. And you're going to feel like they're worth far more, especially from a torque perspective.
I mean, that's what we need, right? People need just an injection of feel good. And This might be a tagline, future tagline. Inject some feel good into your life with Rima Movers. But no, that's what it's going to do. People are going to feel good about how they feel in the vehicle. First of all, how it's, maneuvering and navigating. They're going to know that they look good sitting in that vehicle. And then from the affordability aspect of it, they're going to be happy, right? Yeah. They're going to be happy. And that's what you want as a manufacturer, right? Like when I fix my world famous turkey burger and I smother it with peppers, I can't wait to see the reaction, right? So I can imagine the feeling of someone riding in the car that you created. Yeah. Now, Raymond Cooper, this next question, man, this is a serious question. The audience wants to know. Is there any way you can pre-order one of these vehicles?
Absolutely. Prior to pre-order, mention the pre-order, let me just state also, because I know this is a big question on everyone's mind. The vehicles will have a range, bare minimum 300 mile range on up to about 500 miles range.
What?
Single charge range. We're able to create our drive line and our battery architecture to accommodate. Well, number one, there'll be high voltage battery architecture. So quick charging, you'll get 100 to 110 miles, maybe more, in about a 15-minute charge time. So, it's going to have the DC quick charge onboard quick charging. So it allows us to charge the vehicles in from 20% state of charge to 80% state of charge in about 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes. But as far as a pre-order reservation, yes, we have a pre-order reservation model. So consumers it's pretty much put it this way. Everyone knows and has seen that Tesla does a pre-order reservation, but we're not doing it like Tesla. We're not giving you a pre-order reservation for a vehicle and promising it to you the next year. No, we're not trying to set you guys up like that. We know the wait time keeps you on pins and needles and wondering whether your money needs to go where your vehicle is, and you need to understand that you're going to get your vehicle in a reasonable amount of time. So I would rather under promise and over deliver than over promise and under deliver the way Tesla does. And no dig at them, but that's just I just don't like that. So $1,000 down holds your vehicle, and you can go in the queue to have your vehicle reserved for once we start hitting the production lines.
Hold up, Raymond Cooper. Did you say $1,000 down?
$1,000 down will reserve your vehicle. And once we get to the point, we want to make sure that we're in a position where once you put your $1,000 down, your vehicle should be to you no more than 1 year max. No more than 1 year.
That's not bad. I mean, no. That's darn good.
Yeah. I mean, Tesla's been, yeah. Well, and I use Tesla. Absolutely.
On the newest technology, the latest design?
The newest technology, the latest design, the greatest performance. There will be tiers. There are, essentially, just for an example, small, medium, large, there you have your lower tier, mid tier, upper tier. And those are going to be the typical, tiers that you will see in an electric vehicle class. That's the only thing you should see from an electric vehicle. A lot of companies are doing various things, like Porsche even they reference their Porsche Taycan as a turbo. And we know that's not true. EVs can't have turbos. So, but it's a play on words. Nevertheless, the base tier is going to be your typical, even more affordable electric vehicle. It may have a few bells and whistles, but it will still be an exciting vehicle to drive, as well as a nice looking vehicle to drive. Mid tier, you're going to get a few more. You're going to get a little more power, a little more punch, a little more style, a few more capabilities from the systems that are integrated within it. And then the top tier, I I can't even go into that. That's top tier is going to be amazing. Then I can't even really go into one of the real secret sauces of our electric vehicles on right now, because it's not made public just yet. But there is a big benefit that people will truly, you won't appreciate it. The average customer won't appreciate it until they actually have the vehicle and they understand it. They're going to say, oh my God, where has this been? Why haven't you been out before? Well, we've been working.
Now, let me ask you, brother, because another very, very important question for the average person out there, the individual, the family, because there's going to be a lot of car dealerships placing those pre-orders. We're talking to 3 or 4 of them next week. How does that affect, let's just say, the family of 4 gets their $1,000, they put the pre-order in. A car dealership comes along, puts in an order for, 500 vehicles. Does that affect the family's place in line?
It does not affect the family's place in line. This is, we don't bump anyone. Your number in line is your number in line. And one thing I will say is, I don't know of a dealership that would want to, they would literally cannibalize their own stock because of how well our vehicles will be.
You have a fire sale.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just to make room, they would have a fire sale. You're absolutely right. And this is the anxiety and the embracing that I visualize, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because I it's like food. If I like it, I think 9 times out of 10, the other person's gonna like it too. Same thing with cars. And I just cannot wait. But folks, look for more information coming. Stay tuned to the RCG website, www.rcghome.net. And we're going to be putting up information, like we just said, how you can pre-order this amazing vehicle for only $1,000 down, and most likely have your vehicle within a year time frame. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot less. I really do. And I cannot wait for you to see these cars coming out. And let's talk about where you want to build these cars, because community is everything. Because, I serve, right? This is what I do. So we want to serve communities, because these manufacturing facilities are going to create jobs. So where's the initial location of the first REMA Motors manufacturing facility?
So initially, and I'm glad you brought up the community, because there's a key component. The community and actually universities play a key role in REMA Motors, and I'll give you that once I touch on where. But we plan to launch in Maryland. We plan to initially have our manufacturing facility in Maryland. Our business model is based off of a micro factory setup, so that we are able to manufacture 10,000 vehicles in bare minimum 200,000 square feet of facility space. And that's battery manufacturing as well, in-house batteries, pack and cell building, pack building, as well as battery, as well as manufacturing the actual vehicle. So we're doing it similar to the way you can take great things from a lot of the companies that are out there. Mockery, I guess they say mockery is the best form of flattery, and working on a solid business model that's defined and proven is great. And we don't try to reinvent the wheel from a manufacturing approach. So we will, like Tesla, be building our battery packs and the vehicle in the same facility. So 200 to 300,000 square foot of space, that's where we'll be able to build our that's in the size we'll be able to build our factories, and that we wanted that small footprint intentionally so that we can put these factories in various communities or outside of various communities for easy access to create jobs for the local communities that have to go way across town just to get a decent job, and your driving expenses and your train or travel expenses tend to kind of eat into your salary. So we want to try to we want to try to build these facilities close to communities that need jobs.
Okay, for those students out there, for possible internships, and for those in those communities wondering what they can do job skill wise, what are some of the skills and categories of labor that you would be looking for?
Sure. We'll need a ton of engineers. I'll say, we'll need a nice engineering team to support our primary team, but we will have warehouse jobs, the manufacturing floor jobs. There will also be paint. We need automotive painters. Because we're not going with the large conventional paint system initially, but we will need painters. So there are tons of jobs. We're going to need admins. We're going to need business specialists. We're going to need marketing agents. We want to be able to work with the universities, and every discipline in the automotive industry and within our manufacturing, Rima Motors, is going to cover pretty much every aspect of it. And the fact that we want to work with universities is a big plus, because we want to help to create those open doors for those students who graduate with their degrees to be able to transition in there. And we also want to be able to try to run programs for the youth. For STEM, we have a STEM program that is incorporated as well. So with academia as a whole, we definitely want to be able to bring in the school system students and from young on up to college age.
Okay, so let me just circle back real quick and make sure I heard what you said. Did you say that you already have an existing STEM program?
We have the framework for an existing STEM program. We were going to run a STEM program with Prince George's County government at one point prior to the pandemic, but the pandemic kind of put a damper on that, and they were never able to get the program running again. They were never able to get that initial platform, I guess, that they were having us to run the STEM program on. It was going to be at FedEx Field. We talked to, now Northwest Field. It was going to be at the field, and we had already talked with the folks there. They were going to let us utilize one of the parking lots because it was going to turn into an annual event that brings families together.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is all good stuff that the whole global audience just learned a little bit more about our geographic location. FedEx Field, that's where the Washington football team plays, if you guys didn't know. Used to play, now it's Northwest Field, just to let you know what we're talking about. But this has been some exciting news, Raymond Cooper. And I just want to make sure that the audience knows, especially the young people out there, those students, those that are interested in the engineering and the science and the painting and the admin. So many jobs will be created. So get it started now. Get in early. I gave you the email, troy@rcghome.net, and the website, www.rcghome.net. Get me your resume now, because I know that Raymond Cooper has already started assembling prospects to put in his business plan so that we can get this thing started, hitting the ground running. So Raymond Cooper, anything else that you can add that I haven't touched on? I want to make sure I cover everything.
I think we did pretty much cover everything except for the stuff, and I'm biting my tongue because it's so much more that I really want to share, but I can't really share with the public just yet.
Yeah. We don't want to give them all. No,
Right. I mean, I tend to get excited, so but yeah, so we've covered everything that we can cover on to the public right now.
Okay. So let's. I thought we were out of time, but obviously we're still rolling. So we're going to roll with Rima Motors, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the universities, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's near and dear to my heart. Working with the BCUs, the Black colleges and universities, not just the historically, but all of the Black colleges and universities. And I see our amazing, beautiful queen host is with us again. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for her. Yay!
Thank you, gentlemen. I am so in awe. I'm telling you, because listening about Rima Motors and just knowing that there's so many different car companies, but you had a word, Rima word from the Lord, and said, listen, get this done, get this started, get this moving, do the vision, write the vision, make it plain, and make it happen.
Yes.
I am so grateful to be a part of the Black Business Network. I'm telling you, because when I see what we're doing in the world, we have saved the different industries across the world. And I believe this is another opportunity to do that, because people are fed up with, I won't call the other names, some of the other electrical companies. You know what I mean? So what I'm hearing from you is that you're not just bringing in a car, you're bringing in a movement.
Go ahead, sister.
Yes.
Go.
That is the best way to put it. Absolutely. You're right.
Because our youth need to be so inspired right now, and they are sitting on their gifts, their talents, and their core strengths, and they don't have a clue what their next level is. But this is opening up, and we know that America needs factories back here. You know what I mean? And we need jobs, and we need people that we can trust.
Absolutely.
You just summed it all up. I mean, honestly, you did.
Yes.
You did.
I have your information now. I have Troy at rcg.net.
rcghome.net.
Home. Okay. So I didn't miss that. Troy.
Bring it home. Bring it home.
Home.net.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I'm sorry, I was remiss.
rcghome.net.
Let me just say this real quick.
Okay.
And we can go. Raymond Cooper, we have to do something special, a discount program for Black Business Olympic members.
Wow.
Okay, let's think about that, and we're going to do something special for the community.
Sure.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
You heard it right here. So yes, again, thank you so much. This has been a blessing, man. Just a blessing to have Raymond Cooper as a friend, client, partner.
Absolutely.
And to bring him to our community. Now he's a part of our community. The Black Business Olympics, it's moving. It's the movement, as my sister just said. So again, just elated, overjoyed.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a joy and an honor, I'm telling you. Once we think we've hit a wall, it opens up.
I can't wait till you see it. I can't wait till you see it.
Once we hit a wall, we hit it, and it opens up, because we don't never give up. We have resiliency beyond resiliency. I am so grateful to be here today with you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And I hope to see you soon, and stay connected, because I work with youth. I'm a consultant for the county in New County, Delaware. And I'm Dr. Eliza Carter, and I would love to partner with you. Love to partner with you. Yes.
Dr. Carter, just connect me. Connect with me, and let's go, let's grow, let's get it. Let's do it. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Listen.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network, streaming live into the metaverse. STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
So, you going to the Christmas party on Saturday?
Of course. What do you think folks will say if my wife and I didn't show up? Plus, they miss my dance moves.
Please, those moves from the 80s? Seriously lame.
Lame? Well, maybe a little bit, but this chief of surgery always gets the party started, sister. What's going on with your hand?
Nothing. Just tired. Stress.
Jen, we've known each other a long time now. And we've always been honest with each other. What's going on?
Come on, Mark. I'm fine.
That hand says otherwise.
It's nothing. Look, this does not interfere with my ability to do my work.
Jan, until you get a complete workup, you know I can't let you back in the operating room.
Mr. Menchef, did anyone else have access to your badge last night? Say around midnight. Because the computers here at your lab show that somebody was here. And although your cameras don't show it, somebody was in your building. The chip is his property. Belongs to him.
No, he belongs to no one. Simon, do you belong to him? No, he has a right.
He has no rights. It belongs to him. Chain him up. Wrong? He just wrote free man. I am not chaining him up.
Hey man, where's the bathroom at? Huh? You know you're the only one, right?
Right, and she's number 2, and that one's number 3, and number 4.
All of this stuff, it's not pleasure. This is business. It's not. Relax. Enjoy yourself, all right?
You know where they are. I know you know.
You're just lucky I'm a nice guy. This house is for sale. You go in and act like you want to buy the place. Look around. Find everywhere you want to go. That way you'll know the floor plan.
Aren't you worried that they might call the cops afterward?
No. Because when he gets back, we gonna kill him and his wife. Lock this up. Somebody forgot to throw away the key.
Sorry, she's gone, but you're gonna make it, okay?
My heart is aching, but I'm a fool to let it go on breaking.
No way. Hey, look, guys, it's spaghetti.
Hello, how are you?
I don't believe this. Hey, could you do me a big favor and spook my kids for me?
I'm with my friend, so...
Could you do me a favor?
All right.
Come on, please.
Spaghetti, thank you.
Come on, for the camera, just one more time, please.
I'll give you one standing up.
Yeah.
Framed it. Shouldn't be shooting this.
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
That's it.
Oh, spaghetti! Spaghetti!
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
Yeah.
Spaghetti!
That's it.
Yeah,
Making our day. Spaghetti, yes.
I'll give you three more.
One more quick favor.
Yeah.
Could you take a picture with them? My
Yeah.
kids? Huh?
Come on. Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's,
right here.
Got you all in frame here. Do you mind if you move out of the picture a little bit? You're kind of in the way. Really
Yeah, I'll
important
try.
picture. All right, listen, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh, smooth.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Hi, I am Dr. Eliza Carter, CEO and founder of the Breathing Experience Lifestyle. I am your anchor for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I would like to present to you Miss Mary D. Welsh. She's an author, a teacher, and a filmmaker. Yes, and she is a retired teacher with over 30 years of dedicated service in the following positions: teacher, career center director, work experience coordinator, job training, and partnership act coordinator. She has received her bachelor's from the University of California, Riverside, and her master's from Azusa Pacific University. She is a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 5. Wow. And in the midst of that, she has produced several books. And so therefore, she's going to tell you about her journey today. But as an author, she's an author of children's books, including There's a Rocket in My Pocket. Have you seen a red elephant stuck in the elevator? Justice Lost a Tooth. And the list goes on with her children's books. Her website is www.marydwelsh.com. Welcome to the Black Business Network. And how are you today?
I'm fine, and thank you. How are you?
I am fantastic, thank you.
All right.
Well, genius is coming, and we will see you on the other side.
Good morning. Good morning. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here at the Black Business Network and during the Black Business Network Olympics. It is an honor. I know one of the questions that was asked of me is, how did I get started? How did I get started as a writer? What was my impetus to write? I will say this: many of you are writers. Maybe you haven't written it down, or maybe you have, but you may not realize it. And sometimes what I find is going from writing the story to publishing the story. That's where we get in the minutia, and we don't know where to start. We don't know how to get there. Well, this is what I would tell you. If you have a story, start first, write it down. That's the first. And I say that because if you don't write it down, no one can edit it. If no one can edit it, these are the steps. You need to first write it down, write your story down. Don't worry about, well, I don't know punctuation, or my spelling isn't that good, because as we know nowadays, you can get all that corrected. But you have to first have the story. The story is considered the content. So once you get the content written down, then we can go from there and start editing and start, you could say, anything you need cleaned up, because that's what we do, is we do that part, cleaning it up and making it a story. And I say that because you need steps to get to the story. What is the story? Where are we going with the story? That kind of thing. But you first have to have it written down. I have had people tell me on numerous occasions, I have a story, but it's in my head. And when they say that, I already know they don't have a story. They think they have a story because there's nothing written down. I would not be able to read that over and determine or share the story. That's what I would tell you. Can you share that story? If it's not written down, you can't share it. If it's in your head, you can't share it. All of these things is why I say write it down, and then we can go from there. I've been blessed to have written numerous children's books, and each one I've had people say, well, where did you get these ideas from? Where did they come from? Truthfully, in my opinion, as they say, ideas are in the air. You have ideas, and I've heard literally daily. I hear this. I have this idea, but I never acted on it. This is pretty much daily, and that's because usually we don't know what to do with it. As I said before, first write it down. Now, where you write it, it can be in your phone. As we know, most of us, I say 99% people have a phone, and you can put it there. You can put it, some people may have a notebook. You can put it there, but this is what I've learned about ideas. If you do not write them down, they will leave you. I always say they go to someone else who will write them down. So that's the first thing I would encourage you to do. Let me tell you a little bit about how I got started. It came from a conversation with a friend. I was talking with a girlfriend one day, and she started telling me a story, which I didn't know was a story at the time. She literally was telling me what she had gone through, her and her daughter. And I listened to it, and when she was finished, I said, do you know that's a children's book? And I don't even know where that came from because I had never written a book in my life. I didn't even know how, if I be honest. At that time, I didn't know anything. I just knew as she was telling me the story, it sounded like a children's book. Think about that. That's what it sounded like to me. And from that conversation, I wrote my very first book. And when I wrote it, I was still a little skeptical because I kept looking at it thinking, is this really a book? But the truth is it was. It really was. It had the 3 elements you need to have a book. It had a beginning, it had a middle, and it had an end. Every book has that. Those 3 elements. If you have those 3 elements, then you have a book. Now, how we get there is another story, but do you have those? The book had all of that. It had the beginning of the story, it had the middle of the story, and at the end of the story. So out of literally, this is a situation I was still, like I said, I was hesitant, but the next day after I'd written the words down and I liked it, but I'm one person. So I read it to one of my grandchildren the next day. And one of my granddaughters, I'm reading it to her. I'm reading the book to her, and I finished. I turned to her. I let her laugh. She's laughing at the end of how the story ends. And I'm listening to her laughing at my words. And I turned to her, and I said, I wrote that. She spun around. She goes, Nana, you wrote that? And the way she said it, I said, yes, I wrote that. Right then, she stopped and said, can you write a story about me? Now, this, for those of you that are grandparents, you don't tell your grandchild no to almost anything, truthfully. And here I had written a story the day before, didn't know I could write at all, didn't even know that was in me at all. But I told her, yes, I can write a story about you. And I all I kept thinking was, what are you doing? But that's how my writing started. And to this day, I continue to write. The books have been blessed. The ideas, they come. I always say in my mind, I call them God downloads. That's what I call it for me. But I cannot tell you where they come from because they come from everywhere. There is no one place that they come from. I can be watching TV, and an idea will come to me, not because of what I'm watching on TV, just an idea will come. And from that idea, I always write them down. I don't even talk about it, just write it down. And that's how I come to write the children's books. But I've written other books too. I did want to share that. One book, which is behind me, which is Saying No Nicely. Now, and I'd like, the reason that book is it's important to me, that book is based on my life experiences. That book is based, it's everything in there, those words of how to say no nicely, I've used. I just spoke to a friend of mine just like a day or so ago, and he told me he is a businessman. He keeps my book on his desk. He said, he told me just a couple of days, he said, Mary, your book is on my desk. And I asked him, I said, do you use it? He said, all the time. I said, does it work? He said, it does. Stand it there. They don't, there's no, this is why we don't like to say no, is we're afraid of it's going to affect the relationship. And so we say yes because we're trying to preserve the relationship, not realizing if we say yes and we don't complete that task, whatever it is, you have affected that relationship, whether you know it or not. And I've had people say, I'm sorry, Dr.
I'm loving this. I am loving this, Ms. Welsh, because years ago, I read a book similar to that, because no was challenging. But we understand that we don't say no about a situation. We're actually saying no to ourselves first. Exactly. You know what I mean? And that's, I got that concept. So he's a very wise man to keep your book as a guide, you know what I mean? And a strength for him to be able to build up his courage to say no, do it nicely, and still feel good about it. Because, you know, then there's a guilt trip that happens after that. You know what I mean? And I don't know what's in your book, but I know for you to have the concept of writing this book is very powerful. Can you share something else about why you actually put that book together for yourself? What were some of the key areas for you?
I can tell, because I was the yes person. Okay. I was the yes person. And it occurred to me, one day I actually agreed to 4 different events. Think about what I'm saying here. 4, same day and the same time. What does that tell you? I realized that I had a problem.
Stress.
I had a problem because I said, this is what happened from that day. I came home, I took a shower, I put my pajamas on, and I got in the bed. I said, okay, there's something wrong here. You didn't understand. I understand now how to say no. And no it's one of the best words you can say, because you can always go back and say yes. Think about that. But when you say yes to something, I can tell you right now, the chances of you coming back and saying no, the first thing they're going to say, you said yes. Because what they're saying is you committed to this. Why now you're affecting me when you said no at the last minute or whatever. So I've just learned it is a good thing to say no. It is. And it is a complete sentence. We think, oh no, I got to say no, then I have to explain. And I'm guilty of that too. I'm getting better at not having to explain why I'm saying no.
Okay.
I still struggle with it too, but I'm better. I'm a lot better than I have never done that again. Let me say that. I've never said yes. The minute I commit to one thing, that locks that date time over. I'm done with that. I don't even, the first thing I say, oh, I wish I could do it, but no, I already have something on that day. How about that? That's a no, by the way, but I never did say the word no. That's another thing you find in the book. There are ways to say no without even using the word no.
Okay, that is awesome. Let me ask you this. So when you decided to become an author, and writing your first book and then becoming an Amazon bestseller, how did that impact your life?
Oh, I still feel the feeling when I saw the book was #1 for 2 weeks on Amazon. I would go on Amazon and stare at the page because I couldn't believe it. I thought, wait a minute. A year ago, you didn't even know how to write a book, and now it's the #1.
Wow.
It was, when they say about something being surreal, it was truly surreal. It was one of those experiences of, is this for real? But it was. It really was. It was an exciting experience also, being a #1 Amazon bestseller, which is very hard to do now. I don't know if anybody knows how hard it really is. It's not an easy thing to be number one because I'm sorry.
No, I believe that. I believe that. Really, I want to keep asking you a few questions and just kind of pick your brain right now because writing these many books, most people struggle with just getting the first book and don't think that they need to have a second book. And sometimes they may not to. It's really our desire and what it is that we want. But it sounds like for me, you have been putting on paper your thoughts, your experiences, and what made you pick children's books?
I'll be the first to admit, the day that when I mentioned about the experience with the girlfriend that was telling me her story, when I said that to her, that sounds like a children's book. And I'm gonna tell you how vivid it was. I actually said, "Can't you see it?" to her, because in my mind, I saw the characters, I saw them move on the page. Everything was so real to me. I didn't even know that she couldn't see it. And think about it, it's in my brain, but I'm thinking, can't you see that that's a children's book? Truthfully, I was shocked. I have another friend, and she's written over 165 either books or plays or whatever.
Okay.
And when I wrote the first children's book, it was almost like she's in shock because I've always been the one. I carry the books to her book signing. I've been supporting her for over 20 years.
Wow.
Never wrote a word, not one word. And so when I wrote the children's book and it went to number one and everything, she said, "Mary, I'm so happy for you that you finally realized that writing was not something unique to me. It was not that. You had to find your voice."
Absolutely.
And that's what and honestly, I just thank God for it that I did find it. I could write children's books or any books, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, my next question for you is, why is children's literacy so important for our future right now and the success of our future?
When a child can read, I don't care just who it is. When a child can read, and if they love to read, you have opened up this world to them.
Yes.
There is nothing that is, no stone can be left unturned because they can read. Remember, it's not that long ago, if you really think about it, that we were not allowed to read as African Americans on this continent. It was against the law to teach us to read. Think about it. So the power of being able to read was definitely known. It was definitely so. Just having the world. I will tell you a story. One of my grandchildren, and I asked her one day because she's an avid reader. But I said, well, what happens when you find a word that you can't sound out? And she turns to me and she goes, "Nana, you Google it." And I thought, and I said, we didn't have Google when I was growing up, so I didn't even think.
The encyclopedia.
Yes, or my parents. I went to them and said, well, Mom, how do you spell
it?
But that was the only resource, like you said, the encyclopedia. But it didn't sound like what it'll do now. It'll even sound it out for you on Google. I mean, everything is right there at your fingertips. But when I told her that, she goes, "So how did you guys live?" I mean, it was like, "How did you live without Google?" And I said, we made it just fine because that's all we had.
And we enjoyed the simplicity of it too.
Isn't that something? Isn't that is true? But I've been a reader my whole life. My mother was a reader, and so I became a reader also. But I know too, kids, when they see adults reading, don't ever think they don't look at that. So even though you may say, "Oh, my child doesn't like to read," I promise you, I doubt that that's the case if they have ever seen you read. If they've ever seen you read, if you have ever read to them, all of that helps that child become a reader. Even if it's comic books, it doesn't matter. I know I was with some grandchildren this weekend, and in the car, I have cards and just little questions, nothing big, and we all got to answer questions. We're all in the car. We're on our way to outing. It was an aquarium in the Pacific. I'm gonna give them a plug. It was aquarium in the Pacific in Long Beach, and it was about an hour's ride. And we were answering questions. I mean, they were asked. I had one of the girls ask questions, and all of us got to answer them. That sometimes I would get them wrong, and I love it when I get it wrong because kids need to see us not get everything right.
That's so true. I agree with that. Yes.
because we look like we're perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, they get everything. No. And so I would get it wrong. And I'm like, boy, I didn't get that right. I was, and they go, no, Nana, you didn't get it right. But I knew they need to see. I know that sounds, counterintuitive or
I
whatever.
don't think it does. I think a lot of times the kids' views in certain settings of home, if they don't see that we have a human side, we're not just adults who try to work in perfection all the time or excellence. You know what I mean? That sometimes we can have our own challenges. And if we don't know something, it's okay not to know it because they think they know so much. So we got to go back and reteach them to reteach ourselves. So I'm in total agreement with that. And this makes me think about this with strategies because a lot of authors, I'm an author myself of about 4 books. And so marketing strategies. I think people don't, thank you. I think a lot of people don't really write and complete books because they're afraid to sell them. You know what I mean? So when you think about that perspective, what strategies have worked for you to really get your book out there to reach your audience?
Everything you can name, from posting on social media, email lists, texting, you name it. I mean, if there's your friends, your family, I think a lot of the first book, I honestly believe, went to number 1 because my family was in shock. No one in our family, seriously, I had cousins. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, you wrote a book?" It was just so out of the realm of what we'd ever done as a family. They posted on their social media. They had their friends posted on there. That really is why it went to number 1. It was so many people behind that book. Another thing I would tell anyone when the book first came out too is I gave interviews, but I talked to my church. That was at my church. My pastor had me stand up, and our services are broadcast. She had me stand up. She held the book up for the congregation to see. She encouraged the congregation to buy. It was literally, I became a celebrity in our community.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so I would tell anybody, it was such a good feeling though, because remember, I didn't even know I could do this. So for me, it was a combination of, wow, I didn't even know this world existed. It was that kind of thing. But there's, you can never talk to, you really don't know who you're talking to. Let me say that to anybody. Don't assume when you look at someone, you know who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Just be kind. Let them know that you have a book. Yes. Share it with them. I did give away, how many? I'm going to say as gifts. I gave them to family, friends. So I would say about between 25 and 50 books. I actually made gifts to people. And I just wanted them to have them, that kind of thing. So what are they going to do with it? They share it with their friends. And then they go buy it. So it was really, and I say overnight. It wasn't overnight because, as you know, just writing the book and publishing it wasn't. But it was still a very good experience. It was.
That is awesome. So what would you tell a new author or tell someone who really want to write a book? What would be their very next step? Because you said that you do editing. So how do you support somebody? Let me go with that. How do you support somebody in the complete start to finish process?
Because of this whole process, I started a publishing company. It's called Front Page Publishing.
Okay.
And I started that because I had people saying to me, how did you do that? What were your steps? And I was literally more and more. So I started coaching people.
Okay.
I coach people, and it's called First Book Academy. And I named it First Book Academy because for most people, this is their first book.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have a coaching program. In that coaching program, I work with individuals, and you can go from not having any book at all. I work with people. The stages are so different for everyone because, like yourself, you've been published 4 times. I would be working with you differently for a lot of reasons. You've already been through the process.
Yes.
But for most people I work with, they don't have a clue. I had a 9-year-old. The grandmother wanted her to have a book, which is very interesting. That has happened.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
she said, this is what I encouraged her. I said, okay, send me what your granddaughter has. And she did. She sent it to me. And it was a paragraph. From that paragraph, we created an entire children's book for her.
Awesome.
And then we hire the steps are we have to hire an illustrator. I always have illustrators that I work with. It is a process, but because of that, because she sent me a paragraph, I had an idea of what the granddaughter wanted. That's all you really need for especially children's books. All we really need is an idea. And we can kind of go from there, either myself or some of my other editors. And that's pretty much it. The 9-year-old is now 11. So my youngest author is 9. My oldest author is 90.
Wow.
My 90-year-old author, she came to me. She had been writing her book for 15 years. And I remember it was literally all over the place. It truly was all over the place when she gave it to us. And I looked at that book and I said, this is this lady's life that you are now holding. The one thing I want to do is honor it. And 6 months later, her book was up on Amazon.
Okay.
And I cried. It was a process though. It took 3 editors for us to all work together because we have pictures of her family. It is truly a treasure for her family. But before we had finished the book, and I was mentioning to her, I said, the book is wonderful, but where are your accolades? Where are your certificates? And I knew she had them. She had over 160 accolades where she had received certificates, she had received awards, all of this. None of that was in the book.
Beautiful.
And I said, okay, do we want to do it? We can write another book. And she goes, no way. Let me give you. So we put in the back of the book are all those accolades that her family can read about her. She's now 90. In fact, she'll be 93 next month. Oh, this month, February. Her birthday's this month. She'll be 93.
And that's fantastic. And I'll tell you why. Before my aunt was 97, before she passed, I tried to get her to put some things in a book. And she said, honey, I'm just not there anymore. You should have put me 10 years prior to, But I really believe that even just from listening to you and listening to you, is that writing a book is a journey of unfolding who you are, what you want to bring out of yourself, what you want to expose to yourself. And it builds up the courage to do other things in your life, And I think about when I was writing the first book, I actually did an anthology with a group and it became Amazon's bestsellers on that. It was a healing book. And what was so interesting is that I was at a real pivotal time in my life, but what was so interesting is that I hired somebody to edit it, and they changed my whole segment. And so a day before, I had to go back in and rewrite the whole thing. You're talking about stress and pressure.
The day before?
But that's because I felt like I had captured as much as I could. And because they were in my ear about being an expert, I listened to them being an expert when I knew my story. You know what I mean?
I do know.
Yeah. And so people have to realize at times that when we go to experts, we've got to know in our heart that there's something that we have to bring, and we want to keep that authenticity of that part of it. And it sounds like something that's what you're able to capture, which sets you apart from a lot of different editors, you know what I mean? And companies that work specifically from the beginning of the book, the concept, all the way to the completion of what it's going to be like. And even the marketing strategies, you really have to have community and support, because a lot of times we want to do a lot of things by ourselves. And we have so many companies. This is what I love about the Black Business Network. We have so many companies that show up here to talk to our college students, to talk to our seniors and everybody in between, because we recognize that we have all the juice we need right here. And when we don't take on coaching, it takes us a whole lot longer. I'd rather go the short road and know that I have the concept, somebody can help me implement it and deploy it, than have to take all these years to try to figure out stuff that, I mean, I know you had to go through trial and error, but it created a whole new company for you. You tapped into a market. The children's books alone is one of the hottest selling markets, because our children don't like to read because they don't understand that it's fun, it's educational, and it builds upon their confidence and their wisdom to know who they are.
Yes.
And to see people that look just like them, because we know our kids have had image issues,
Correct.
So what's your next steps for 2025?
Well, that's interesting. I have right now two children's books that are where I'm working on. I'm working with the editors. The illustrators on 2. And we're
Okay.
getting that out. But as I was listening to you, I'm just listening about kids, and the key, I think, for our children is when you can have a character that is on the cover. For instance, on my children's books, I try to make sure, not all of them, but a lot of them, that there is a Black character on the cover.
Great.
We do not see ourselves on the cover of books. And I said, that's got to change. And so I've written I have 2 right now. One is Justin Lost a Tooth and Bradley Can't Find His Pants. Those 2 books is African-American little boys, but the one I'm coming out with, the little African-American little girl, is called When I Was on the Moon. And she's on the moon, and she puts her flag on the moon, and the flag, this is the first time I've done this, but the flag says Mary. I never use my name as a character, but this, I felt I could, I guess. And remember, this is creative license, as they say. I would tell you, it is also to publish more children's books. This year, I don't even want, I say, people would think I'm crazy when they think about it. I've written about 20 children's books.
Awesome. Congratulations. That's major.
This is, I can't even begin. I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful because I tell you, I didn't even go into my story, but I retired from teaching at knowing that there was something pulling me, but I didn't know what it was. I remember going to my principal and saying, I'm retiring. And she said, and basically begging me not to retire. I had to tell her, I said, we only get so long on this planet. We don't get to stay here forever.
Tell the truth.
And so I knew that but remember, I had not written a word when all this conversations happened with my boss. And at the same time, I was scared. Let me just be honest about that too. But I just said, okay, we only have so long. I've taught for over 30 years. Whatever it is out in this world that I need to do, I need to look around and find out what that is, even though I didn't know what it was. Think about how scary. I'm gonna be honest with the audience about this. I was scared. I don't want to send out any mixed messages, but I was more afraid not to do it. I was more afraid not to try. And in that, it would be 5 years later before I wrote my first book. And I believe it was because I had to get out of my head, because when I was a teacher, I lived with my kids. I lived with their problems. I lived with their issues. They were always here with me. I could be taking a shower thinking about one of my kids that they had a problem with the teacher. They had this or they had that. I didn't know how to turn it off. And so here I was now 5 years later, and it was off basically. And I realized now I could hear other things now. And I think that's why I was able to write that first book. But I am going to answer your question now. Now I've moved into making movies and writing screenplays.
That's awesome. Congratulations for that. Because we need more visuals. We do, because our kids watch so many other things.
They do.
Yeah.
And another, in addition to, I've written now 3 features. I'm just waiting for someone to say, yes, we want to make that to a movie.
It's coming. That yes is coming. If the no show up, you know that yes is coming.
I love your energy.
Thank you.
I will tell you. But if someone had told me this is the truth, I would have never believed that they were talking about me. Think about that. When I retired, if someone had said, you will be writing books, children's books, and I really, it was truly a step of faith. You're writing movies. And then for last summer, because I also work, I work on productions. Last summer, I was working on a production. They asked me to be in 3 scenes. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm going to be in a movie. I know.
Wow.
The movie comes out in March. And I sit there, I'm on the set working. And one of the guys on the set said, Mary, you can stop smiling now. You can stop now.
You continue to smile, Mrs. Walsh, because you have accomplished some beautiful things, and you've already built the legacy that will last far beyond. You know what I mean? And so from the children's books to the films, listen, stay in contact with us, because we would love to know what you're doing. Come back to the Black Business Network. Tell us how to get in contact with you after today.
I will, for sure. You want I can give you my email?
Yes.
My email, you can email me at Mary, M-A-R-Y, at marydwelch.com. And I can also give you the office number. You can give us a call, my office number. That's area code 619-669-8603. I'll say that again. Mary at marydwelch.com. And the number, area code 619-669-8603.
You make it really simple for people to find you. Greater success to you. You're doing your heart's desire. You stepped out in bold, spacious faith and said, I'm leaving behind what I've completed.
Yes.
I'm going to my new phase of life. So I salute you for that, my sister, because you didn't know what was on the other side, but you were willing to take the leap. And fear doesn't mean we stop. It just means we keep going and we acknowledge that we're human, that we experience these things. But the next step is, I'm doing it anyway, right? I'm doing it anyway. So I love it. I would love to refer people to your book, Saying No Nicely, because I do find too many people often that don't know how to say no, and they carry guilt that we were not designed to carry, because no means yes to me. No means yes to you. And that's really the truth, you know? So thank you for being here today. And let's stay connected. Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All the best. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs as well. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may now go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to our scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register now online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, because every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to our Scholars Fund. We must say to our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for February of 2025, thank you. To NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supply Development Council, the Breathing Experience Lifestyle, Margie McLean Foundation, Step Management, Banks Law Firm, Superwoman Business Services, Quality Coaching, Creative Force Studios, Career Communications, Artistic App Design, Executive Women's Success Institute, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common Movement, the Black Business Expo USA. And yes, Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a superconnector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090